Good morning, everyone. If you could find your seats, we're going to get started. So I had to make a few adjustments to my script because, originally, of course, I was going to welcome everyone back. And then I was just going to kind of fast forward and turn things over to Brian. But I'm gonna take a little more time to go over ground rules and such again because day 2 has been a long time coming. So welcome back. I'm still Lance Rackavan, and this is still the NRC's 2-day workshop on improving realism in probabilistic risk assessment, or PRA. Again, we had our first day back in September, so it's nice that we are finally able to have day 2 here in January. The objective of this 2-day workshop is to provide a forum for the NRC and industry to discuss ongoing efforts to improve PRA realism. This is an information meeting with a question and answer session by the NRC's definition. The purpose of this meeting is for the NRC staff to meet directly with individuals to discuss regulatory and technical issues. Attendees will have an opportunity to ask questions of the NRC staff or make comments about the issues discussed at specific times during the meeting. However, be aware the NRC is not actively soliciting comments towards regulatory decisions at this time. The agenda for our second day of the workshop is very similar to our first day. After some opening remarks and a brief summary of our first day, we have a number of knowledgeable folks who will be providing presentations on various aspects of our topics, and we will be opening the floor up from time to time to allow participants to provide thoughts and suggestions as well as to ask questions. We'll go through how you can provide your input once we get to the first discussion portion of our workshop. There are a few things you can do to ensure that everyone can follow with those presentations and discussions, as well as help minimize distractions here in the room to keep background noise down to a minimum. First, please silence or turn your phones off so that you're not getting notifications when you get calls or other alerts. If you're going to have a side discussion, please take a moment and step outside as opposed to trying to have it here in the room so that we can keep one discussion going at one time. And of course, if you do wish to ask a question or make a comment here in the room, flag me down and make sure that you're using a microphone so that everyone in the room can hear, but also specifically so the folks who are participating remotely can hear you. For those who are participating remotely, we will be keeping your microphones turned off for the time being. However, if you're a presenter, please make sure that your microphone is silenced and turned off and muted unless you are speaking. Again, I will get to how folks who are participating remotely and those here can participate in discussions once we get to the first block. Please be aware that we are recording our workshop so that we can post it online afterwards. For those of you in the room, closest to exit is right there in the back, or of course you can head out there and then there's a few other exits that you could find there. Restrooms, if you head out, straight ahead is the ladies. If you do a U-turn to your right, you'll find the men's. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Brian to give some opening remarks, including a summary of the first day, because it's been a little while, and quite frankly, I don't remember everything we covered. So I'm hoping you'll give us some remembrance of that, Brian.
Thanks, Lance. I'm Brian Smith, Director of Division of Risk Analysis here at the NRC in the division in the Office of Nuclear Reactor Research, Nuclear Regulatory Research. So welcome back. It's been a while, a few months. So I hope everyone took good notes from the first day because we do have some open discussion sessions this afternoon. Looking back to the first day, we had 2 good opening summary presentations, one by Doug True and one by Kevin Coyne. From there, we got into modeling and data collection and analysis. We also talked about digital I&C, fire, external hazards, and human reliability analysis. So development of PRAs and models and methods and data. Today, this morning, we're going to talk about how we use the PRA. both from a licensing and oversight perspective. This afternoon, right after lunch, we're going to have a session on realism for advanced reactors. And following that, we have Ed Lyman, who will give a public perspective on realism for PRAs. Then after that, after the break, we're going to have two different open discussion sessions. This is where your notes will come in handy. The first one is more focused on feedback and challenges that we've kind of identified throughout the workshop. And then the second one will be looking at priorities for future actions to see if there are things that we can work on going forward to help make PRA realism much more a reality going forward. So with that, again, welcome. Look forward to discussion. As we finish the presentations, please raise your hand, ask questions. We're looking for your involvement in the workshop. So I think
yeah, we've noticed it looks like we've got two things going on, so we're going to look at that in a second. Thank you. I'd like to introduce or ask our first block of speakers to come up, if you would. Gerardo Martinez, Quinn Pan, and Chris Hunter. If you're here, if you could please come up. You can use either the microphone at the table, or I can hand off one of the wireless microphones for you. Just make sure you're on screen. I think standing on that side of the table will make sure of that. So, and please introduce yourself and give us a sentence or two about who you are and why you're here.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Gerardo Martinez Guridi. I work for the NRC's Office of Research. I have dedicated almost all my career to PRA. I worked for about 25 years for Brookhaven National Lab, where I worked on PRA and risk-informed regulation, mainly for the NRC. Also involved to some extent in DOE in this same area. This is a presentation that was originally prepared and was going to be delivered by my colleague, Matt Humberstone, who unfortunately is currently unavailable. So I am presenting on his behalf. Next one, please. So the presentation, I will cover PRA acceptability from the NRC point of view and the related framework. What are the current PRA standards and priorities and endorsements by the NRC, and then discuss briefly some conclusions. So the NRC over the years has prepared a pretty comprehensive framework for risk-informed decision-making. One of the key documents is Regulatory Guide 1.174. Which is used by many applications. And then NRC has also developed some application-specific regulatory guides, like, for example, Regulatory Guide 1.175 for in-service testing, 1.177 for technical specification, and so on. And this is not a complete set. There are several others that have been prepared. Now, in order to carry out a risk-informed decision-making, it's necessary to have confidence on the PRA that is being used for risk-informing. So Regulatory Guide 1.200 has been prepared to assess the acceptability of a PRA and its results. So currently, there is Reg Guide 1.200 Revision 3. And it provides staff position on PRA acceptability, including endorsement of PRA standards and related guidance. So the ASME and AMS have prepared already some PRA standards, and I will get into the specifics. And then the Reg Guide 1.200 establishes endorsement for those standards, with some exclusions and limitations. And then industry has also prepared related guidance to verify that a PRA from industry actually meets the standards. So I will also briefly describe this guidance in the next slide, please. So this is the overall framework. We have the national consensus standards. We have the NRC positions established in regulatory guides, in this particular case, regulatory guide 1.200. And then we have the peer review prepared by industry. So for LWRs, we have 1.200 that establishes the positions and endorsements, and the corresponding guidance is NEI 1707. And similarly, for non-LWRs, we have the trial regulatory guide 1.247, and the peer review guidance is stated in NEI 2007. All these documents, of course, have already been published. And all of this is related, and they worked in unison to prepare to have the framework that is necessary to establish PRA acceptability. Next one, please. So ASME and ANS have already completed several PRA standards. Those are the ones highlighted here in the green rows. They are also currently working, my understanding, currently working in these three other standards in the white rows. Reg Guide, well, there's a new standard, relatively recent standard for level 1 and level 2. Those were published in 2024. And the staff, the NRC staff, is currently working on preparing updates of Reg Guide 1.200 to endorse those standards. For level 3, PRA standard is currently no endorsement. For non-LWRs, as I mentioned earlier, already we have the trial Reg Guide 1.247. And since these have not been published, they are still in progress. But the plan is to have another update of Reg Guide 1.200 to endorse those standards as well. This table also shows the priorities for the NRC staff to address these standards. These priorities, I believe, were established in a letter sent from NRC to ASME and ANS some years ago. Next one, please. So this depicts the process that I have been describing. The regulatory guides establishes staff positions. The review of the 2024 level 1 standard has already been completed. The review for the 2024 level 2 PRA standard, is ongoing. And then for the low power and shutdown and the advanced LWR PRA standards, the review is expected to be carried out during this calendar year, 2026. And all these will establish a more complete framework for supporting risk-informed decision-making. Next one, please. So for level 1 and level 2, the 2024 standards, the staff is currently working on preparing revision 4. For level 3 standard and multi-unit, there are currently no plans. For non-LWR, the trial guide 1.247 is already established. And then once the advanced LWR and low power and shutdown standards are published, then the staff plans to publish then a new revision 5 of Reg Guide 1.200. The reason for this, of establishing 2 steps for 2 different revisions, is that we don't want to delay issuing the Rev 4, waiting while these other standards are published. Next one, please. This is a graphical timeline for the two revisions. The top is for revision 4. As I mentioned, for the level 1 is already completed. The level 2 review is currently going on, and we expect to have the Rev 4 published sometime during this calendar year. And for Rev 5, once they are published, we expect to have the review starting during this year for the low power and shutdown standard, to have the review for the advanced LWR in early 2027, and then hopefully have the Rev 5 published during calendar year 2028. Next one, please. So the staff continues our supports in supporting JCNRM activities. There are NRC representatives on the JCNRM working groups, subcommittees, executive committee, and main committee. As I mentioned, the staff is working on publishing the Red 4 for the 2024 standards and is planning to have a Red 5 for the other two standards that are coming. The NRC continues to evolve into a more risk-informed regulator, leveraging risk insights in more regulatory activities and focusing on the most significant safety issues. And JCNRM standards have been very useful for the NRC. They have been used to establish PRA acceptability, thus providing NRC staff confidence in the results of a PRA that is used for risk-informed decision-making. And basically, then I could address any questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I think as some of you are aware, we've got some issues going on online. A number of folks seem to have attempted to join this meeting from the wrong link. So we're trying to get everybody on the right link. We're also having some issues showing the slides, so we apologize for that. So sorry, we might need to take like a 5-minute break just to try to work these issues through. Does anyone have any immediate questions for our speaker before we take a quick break, please? And if you could introduce yourself and any group that you are with.
Fernando Ferrante with EPRI. So you mentioned all the good work that's going on in JCRM. I mean, what is the most pressing issue for NRC in terms of what they expect the ASME ANS committee to get done in the near term? Is it all of those you listed, or is there something that is particularly pressing for the NRC right now?
I don't think there is anything that is preventing us from continuing this work. I mean, we are working actively on Reg Guide 1.200 to publish Reg 4 as soon as possible. The NRC, of course, is engaged in other activities, in other standards, but nothing comes to my mind at this point. Thank you for your question.
All right, let's go ahead and we need a 5-minute break here to see if we can work through the issues that we're having with our AV system. Let's try to hopefully start back up around 9:25. Apologies that we need to take this. Here, please. You got them up? All right, never mind. Apparently we got them up and running. All right. Slides have appeared. Okay. All right. Maybe we don't need a break. We've been giving the folks the correct link in the chat, both chats. So I think we should be okay. Do we have Quinn Pan? Awesome. Jin? I'm sorry. Jin? Sorry, Jin. Do you want to sit? Do you want to stand? Okay. Again, please introduce yourself and let us know why you're here.
At the Office of Nuclear Reactor Regulation, Division of Risk Assessment, PRA Oversight Branch. Today I'm going to talk about the PRA realism in the significance determination process, the SDP program. Next slide, please. Okay, sure. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better? Okay, so first I'm going to go over some important aspects of the SDP. Then I'm going to talk about some recent and some ongoing activities in RC to improve the PRA realism in SDP. Next slide, please. So SDP is a key component in our ROP program. The reactor oversight process. So the SDP provides a consistent approach for us to evaluate the inspection findings in the 7 cornerstone areas and the 3 cross-cutting elements. It also helps us to integrate the inspection results in the overall plant safety assessments. Next slide, please. So SDP is a risk-informed process based on the risk insights and other relevant information. At the end of the process, a color code is assigned to the inspection finding, green, white, or yellow, red, based on their potential impacts on the CDF and the LERF, the core damage frequency and large early release frequency. It provides a basis for the NRC's response, either additional inspection or enforcement actions and communications with the licensees. Next slide, please. So this one provides us a roadmap to our current SDP. As you can see, the elements in the flowchart, all the guidance and basis documents are covered in the inspection manual chapters. And also, the SDP has to be completed in a timely manner. Usually, our goal is to try to complete the final significance determination within 255 days. And the important critical dates are tracked for each SDP. Next slide, please. So on one hand, we know that we need to finish our SDP in a timely manner in order to allow the operating reactor program have their finalized issue. On the other hand, we also know that the SDP accuracy is very important because it has real consequence on the licensee in terms of resources and stakeholder perceptions. So NRC staff in 2024 developed best available information decision guide and added to the inspection manual chapter 0308 attachment 3 as exhibit 1. So I understand you cannot see this one clearly, but I just want to give you a general idea. This guide has a 1-page format and simple and easy to implement. It serves as a structural tool to the NRC staff to decide how to proceed with the SDP evaluation when the idea or complete data is not available. And it's not intended to change our process. It actually encourages early and continuous engagement with stakeholders along the process. And it is intended to improve the quality of information exchange and timeliness of the SDP. Next slide, please. So whenever the quantitative analysis is possible, so SPAR model is usually used to inform SDP by calculating the increase in CDF and LERF. In recent years, NRC has invested a significant resource to make sure our models be able to reflect the as-built and as-operated conditions of the plants. For example, in fiscal year 2025, about 12 SPAR model internal events model were updated and benchmarked against the licensing's PRA model information. Also, the plant-specific external hazard model information were gradually added to SPAR model. For example, the component fragilities, dominant internal fire scenarios, dominant internal flood scenarios, when they become available. Right now, research is working with IL on the latest industry average parameter estimates update for the year 2020 to 2025. So we're expecting that information be completed by in fiscal year 26. After that, all these latest parameter estimates will be flushed into the smart models. So in addition to SDP, smart models are actually routinely used in NRC's other risk-informed programs, such as NOID, the Notice of Enforcement Distraction, and ASP programs, which Chris Hunter is going to cover, and also in the risk-informed licensing amendment reviews and other programs. Next slide, please. So, so how we try to improve the PRA realism in real SDP evaluation. So one of the hot topic is the common cause failure. So common cause failure is one of the largest risk contributors in the SDP, in some SDPs evaluations. So the key principles are always the same. Our key principles for treatment of potential CCF is documented in the new Reg 2225. The recent progress on this is last year, NRC staff released latest revision of the RASP Handbook Volume 1. In this new revision, Chapter 5 about the CCF modeling is rewritten. A lot of background information about the CCF modeling was added to get us on the same page about the modeling difference. And we also add the CCCG, which is a common cause component group modeling in the SPAR model. So try to add some transparency in our SPAR models, and a new guidance on how to model the CCCG and treatment of intersystem CCF, including the cross-unit CCF modeling. These are also added into the new revision. This is intended to make sure that our staff, when we treat these issues, and at different SDP, we can do it consistently and have a better, clear guidance on these topics. Next slide, please. So in the area of the human performance modeling, the IDEAS ECA is HRA, the Human Reliability Analysis Tool, recently developed by the NRC. It has been out for a while, but in order to build up the knowledge base of application, the applications of the IDEAS ECA, NRC staff, I think in 2024, our risk analysts worked with the methodology developers. We worked on a set of examples. Basically, we picked the HFEs, the most risk significant HFEs, the human failure events in the SPAR model, as well as a few flex-related HFEs. We re-evaluated these HFEs using IDEAS ECA, and we documented in the Research Information Letter 2417. So these kind of serve as textbook type of examples for the practitioners to refer to when they have issues or misunderstanding about how to implement this methodology when they handling the SDP. So another tool, IDEAS Recovery, is currently under development. So that's going to help us to model recovery actions in our SDP. And another relative issue is the joint human error probability. In the past RASP manual, we kind of imposing a minimum joint HEP to be used in our SDP. RC is aware about the limitation about this requirement, especially in some shutdown SDP evaluations. So we update our guidance on this matter in the latest RASP handbook revision 3. Next one, please. So the lastly, I want to talk about a little bit about how, as a practitioner, doing our SDP evaluation. So our staff always strives to include real-time plan configurations and operate actions in our evaluation when it is possible and appropriate to do so. Some examples are when and how to create the flex equipment in our SDP, how to create the operator actions such as recovery actions in our SDP. So what you need to do is the SRA will conduct site walkdowns to understand the situation and also review the plan procedures. For example, for the flex equipment, we're going to review the flex related guidance, plan-specific guidance on flex equipment, and make sure to verify the scenarios and assumptions used in the flex-related HEP calculations to reflect the procedures and work done findings. So if it's reasonable, we're going to consider that to give credits to this real-time operational context. And for example, we also use a lot of sensitivity analysis when we don't have, when our information is have some uncertainty there. For example, exposure time. If we have uncertainty there, then we usually use a sensitivity analysis to explore what's the impacts about that important input to our SDP program. Our SRA always work closely with INL to dynamically adjust and reverse model if there's a discrepancy was found during the information exchange with the PRA staff at the site. So to make sure all these real-time operational information was properly incorporating our analysis at the time of the review. So that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, let me know and I try to answer that. If I cannot, I will reach out to find an answer for you.
All right, I'm going to ask Chris Hunter to come up and
Thank you.
Sorry, Chris, you look surprised. And give your presentation, and then we're going to open it up for questions for everyone, including our first speaker, once he provides his presentation. Would you like a microphone? Would you like to sit? Okay, very good. Just make sure you speak into the microphone. And if you could take a second to introduce yourself and let us know why you're here.
Yeah, hi. My name is Christopher Hunter. I'm in Office of Research, Division of Risk Analysis, Performance Reliability Branch. I'm going to be talking about the Accident Sequence Precursor Program, but also I'll go over some RASP updates after that. Next slide, please. So just some brief topics. I'll just give a very brief background, talk about the revised ASP analysis review process, the inclusion of hazards beyond internal events into the analyses, SPAR model feedback, and I know Chin just went over it, but a little bit about common cause failure modeling and treatment. Next slide. So overall, the ASP program analyses provide a holistic view of risk significance of events and degraded conditions. We try to leverage STP results whenever possible, so we're not duplicating that level of effort. So bottom line is, we perform independent analyses for initiating events, degraded conditions with no licensee performance deficiency, and concurrent degraded conditions or unavailabilities. And that includes equipment undergoing testing and maintenance. So we have the individual analyses, but also we evaluate those analyses and we evaluate industry-wide trends and insights from the risk and safety of significant events. Next slide, please. So in 2024, we revised the ASP analysis review process, and we started sending out all precursor analyses for a 30-day licensee review period. Prior to that, well, from 2006 up until 2024, we would only send out analyses that were determined to have a relatively high level of risk, meaning a conditional core damage probability or an increasing core damage probability of greater than 10 E-4. And so there was a couple of reasons why we decided to make that a change. The biggest reason was we started evaluating hazards beyond internal events. And so the SPAR models, if you are aware, all the SPAR models have internal events, and they've also recently, over the last 5-6 years, have incorporated seismic hazards and high winds, including tornadoes, hurricanes. And so but some of those, the level of maturity on some of those hazards, the modeling is less mature, or there's generic assumptions, et cetera. But then also some of the SPAR models, well, most of the SPAR models do not have internal fires or internal floods. So we started evaluating those hazards regardless of whether the SPAR models include all those hazards. But we want to, kind of always, licensee response is optional. We have had a pretty good response in the past, but it does provide an opportunity for licensees to ensure that the event and degraded condition is modeled correctly and is reflective of the as-built, as-operated plant. Next slide. So the inclusion of additional hazards. So really up until a couple of years ago, we pretty much were internal events only, because that's what the SPAR models had the capability of measuring, and we didn't think it was proper for, if, say, for example, I think roughly about a third of the current SPAR models include internal fires. So we didn't think it was appropriate to, model internal fires for a degraded condition at a certain plant that had that modeled, whereas most of the plants did not. So we kind of try to keep that consistency, but as the modeling capability increased across for all SPAR models, we added those in. But then we also decided, as we're all mostly well aware, internal fires can be dominant, or is the dominant hazard for pretty much almost every plant out there. So we determined that we really need to evaluate that hazards, even if we don't have the modeling capability, at least qualitatively within our analyses. And so, but with that, even the SPAR models that have internal fires, some of those are, the earlier modeling efforts are largely based on IEEE submittals and whatnot. So they could be conservative in certain areas and maybe potentially non-conservative in other areas. So that's just another reason for kind of how we're looking at that. Next slide. So how do we do this? So if the SPAR model does not include a specific hazard, so we'll leverage all available risk information. So we'll look at the risk information and license amendment requests. We'll discuss it with the SRAs. Sometimes we have the importance measures from the licensee PRA. And at the kind of bottom end, we'll look at the IP and IEEE submittals. And so we can treat those quantitatively or qualitatively. In most cases, it's pretty hard to come up with a very, a best estimate kind of risk analysis from the information in those. So most of it is a kind of qualitative or semi-qualitative type of analyses. So, we're, given these, high uncertainties associated with the approach, we're kind of just really looking at, okay, do we believe that the contribution from these kind of missing or unmodeled hazards, is that going to essentially result in the overall risk of the degraded condition or the event as a precursor? So far, since we've kind of integrated this approach, we've only had one event, and that was 2021 Quad Cities HPSI issue, high pressure coolant injection pump failure, where the internal events was Delta CDP was in the low E-7 range. And looking at the light system member request and the other information, it was pretty clear that the fire contribution would have resulted in the total of being above E-6. So we that was determined to be a precursor. So far, that's the only precursor event that where we've kind of done this to where it's actually exceeded the precursor threshold based on modeled hazards. Next slide. You know, one of the valuable aspects of doing not only ASP but SDP and MD 8.3 and you know all our analyses is to feedback to the SPAR model. So hopefully the next analyst is using a model that's, you know, better reflective of the as-built operated plant. So you know we identified a lot of issues, not a lot of issues, but we identify issues often when it comes to you know whether you know that should be implemented into the base SPAR models. We've kind of moved forward with a kind of new approach where the kind of larger technical issues, we've kind of, they're identified and forwarded to the greater group for consideration and kind of trying to develop at least a little bit of a consensus before we kind of move forward with some of those changes. Some of those examples is of flex equipment, says mission time, but it really was the flex equipment data, safe and stable end state requirements, AC power recovery requirements, et cetera. So those are just some of the examples where we're feeding in. Some of those we've already handled within the greater group, and others we're still kind of working on. Next slide, please. Common cause failure modeling treatment. Chin kind of went over this and kind of go over this a little bit more even in the RASP handbook updates section. But you know, I think the existing focus is really to focus on reducing uncertainties within the current data collection and modeling approaches, not trying to create anything new, but try to reduce the uncertainties where we can. And then, you know, but also I think maybe even acknowledging those uncertainties and really trying to figure out a path forward maybe in the risk informed process to kind of consider those. So we've developed CCF parameters using component specific prior. So those CCF parameters are not in the existing SPAR models, but we do plan on having that in the next update. So we will eliminate the use of the single generic CCF prior. And really what we're trying to do is we want to limit CCF impacts from components of, you know, just similar components, you know, because they may have a stronger or weaker CCF coupling. Develop revised guidance on common cause component group modeling, and new guidance will reduce the overcount of CCF impacts. You know, this is mostly a diesel generator issue, but the SPAR models, you know, you can see certain models have 3, 4, 5, 6, even 7 common cause component groups, and that's producing overcounting effects. So we've revised that guidance within that, and we've also developed an interim approach to treatment of cross-unit CCF. And so this was an issue that kind of I was evaluating an issue. I can't remember which plant, but it was an RHR service water pump, and the dominant sequence by far was, you know, common cause failure of the cross-unit, you know, CCF. And I just, that kind of concerned me, you know, knowing that the existing CCF parameters are collected on a single unit basis. And so I'm just like, okay, the uncertainties of this type of approach. And so we developed a kind of at least initial data look from INL to look at the existing data. And we kind of determined, okay, we know that the cross-unit CCF events occur much less than the already relatively, you know, rare occurrences of actual CCF events. So we've kind of adopted you know, this interim approach, but also we've initiated research to try and calculate the cross-unit CCF parameters for some key components. And so those key components are the diesel generators, service water pumps, and service water strainers. Next slide, please. So, any questions?
Krista, do you want to take a couple of quick questions now, and then we can, you know, open it up the floor to all our speakers was kind of
I've
more
got
of our
another
plan.
presentation after this, so I probably would,
Okay.
but we'll get.
Is it related to this topic? Should we open up the floor to our first three speakers now and then?
Related, I mean, we should open up now, but it's,
All right, because I don't want to skip questions for Jin, which we kind of did.
okay,
I want to make sure that
okay.
got an ability to ask questions
Oh, yeah.
for Jin. So so I don't know. You tell me what's the most logical way to take questions.
Ask away.
All right, help me out, Brian. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll do a few now. I thought I saw a couple hands.
Yes, I see you're advertising some new guidance on, oh, I'm sorry, Gary DeMoss, PSEG. I see you're advertising some new guidance on treating CCF. Are you talking about treating it in an SDP or AS situation, or in other words, an event assessment? Or are you putting out some new guidance on how we should model it? And I ask that because right now the guidance says, if you have for event assessment, if you have a failure, you adjust your CCF parameters as follows: boom, 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 and that's kind of assumes a certain alpha factor model, or I would work for other factors, I guess.
Yes, so the existing kind of new guidance that's in the RAS update that I kind of briefly went over, maybe not fully, and I'll get into that in the next presentation, is we're not going off the alpha factor method. We still will do the automatic adjustment. That is intrinsic to using the alpha factor method. But what we're talking about is using different alpha factors. So, for example, right now, the guidance is to everybody to let them know, like if a CCF, again the CCF parameters that were derived from the component specific priors, they are not in the SPAR model. So and we will get those in and updated, but in the interim, the guidance is, okay, if CCF is a dominant contributor, you should modify those to get the more appropriate alpha factors in there. So those would be, and those are on the INL NRC public webpage. So those are all available in a spreadsheet. When it comes to cross-unit CCF, so say for example, you've got a cross-unit diesel generator failure where you're at a multi-unit site, and you've cross-unit CCF is a significant contributor. It would be to substitute the existing alpha factors that are single unit based in for essentially we have an adjustment factor of 0.1, so we would reduce those in order of magnitude, eventually with the hope of that, with having we would have separately calculated cross unit CCF parameters.
Fernando Ferrante, you said you're going to cover common cause next, so I'll wait for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll just cover a little bit more as part of the RAS update, just highlighting the changes in the RAS update. But
okay, then I'll ask about ASP. I mean, I forgot all the details, but is it that ASP didn't consider other hazards like internal fire and flood? Did it kind of consider like STP has an all of the above IPE, IEEE, or? And then the question that I'm really getting to on PRA realism cost test is, if fire is a contributor and an ASP will change because of that, realism dictates that you include it. I'm not going to debate that. But if you're changing how it was done and now you get more precursors, that wouldn't be necessarily a trending indication. It's just you change the process. Has that been discussed or thought about?
yeah, I mean, obviously, if we're evaluating additional hazards where we haven't, and for the most part, we're talking about just degraded conditions, and so we're really just talking about, whenever we had for example, a fire or a seismic specific degraded condition, we always evaluated those in ASP, and we'd have to use the tools available and whatnot. A lot of those have been, kind of handled through the SDP. So we usually typically leverage those as well. But we've had seismic issues where, you had loose connections or whatnot. And so obviously, even if we didn't have seismic modeling at the time, we would kind of look at those. But now when we're just talking about, a diesel generator failure or HIPSI failure, any ECCS equipment, et cetera, we would just, the Delta CDP used to be solely from internal events. And so now we have these additional modeled hazards that, again, they're either kind of more, they have more generic assumptions. So there's potential less, there's more potential for not fully representing the as-built as operating plant. And then you have internal fires where, again, about a third of the SPAR models have internal fires. And even within those, you know, 1/3 of the models, the maturity and the models is, you know, there's a pretty broad range there. So, but yeah, we do have to keep a lookout on, you know, as we're evaluating the trends to identify the fact that, you know, our data set is kind of changing in the sense that we're potentially evaluating and could have, you know, an uptick due to additional precursors. We haven't seen that, but we've always had those, you know, as the SPAR model technologies change, et cetera, you know, we've always never been completely have a perfectly consistent, you know, across the entire data range for the entire program. You know, for example, the very initial analyses, you know, there was some pretty conservative assumptions here and there. You know, so obviously we've changed things. The technology is increased and whatnot. So.
All right, I've got a couple of hands. We'll take 2 hands from the remote folks, and then Chris will get back to your presentations. Matthew DeGonish, you should be able to unmute and ask your question or provide your comment at this time. Matthew, you need to unmute. Your audio has been activated.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please don't be quiet. You can stand to be a little louder.
Okay, apologize. Hey, this is Matt DeGonish from Vistra. Chris, just curious on the inter-system CCF item, or I guess multi-unit. I'm curious why you felt the need to update the RASP handbook, recognizing there's kind of ongoing research in the development of those parameters.
We felt that the need to at least add the interim approach, you know, to provide that guidance right now, because I'm not sure how long it will take for us to get in and to calculate the cross-unit CCF parameters, you know, directly. Also knowing that our increasing, so there's going to be some new activities we may or may not be able to do. So I didn't want to delay that. So that was the real reason. So we can get that application at least out there to SRAs, you know, immediately to provide those adjustments instead of using the existing CCF parameters, which we know from our initial data review are shown to be overly conservative.
Sure, thanks. My only observation here is, and I apologize because I'm getting feedback, so it's hard to talk. You mentioned, you know, the multi-unit CCF events are infrequent based on the kind of analysis or you've done, at least less frequent than typical single unit events. But a key parameter to the development of the alpha factors is the size of the CCF group. So that will impact your mapping up process and so on and so forth. So it seems like there could be, you know, more sharpening of the pencil to get us to those realistic estimates. But it sounds like those are in progress or being thought of.
Yeah, I mean, the initial data, CCF data, you know, it's collected on a per unit basis. So, you know, the upward mapping and whatnot. So essentially what was happening, it was, okay, there was that determination sometime along the way, like, oh, you know, we should model cross-unit CCF for a couple of these key components, but we essentially just simply extended the alpha factor method in the current parameters without maybe fully thinking out, like, okay, how, you know, the fact of, again, how the data is collected and how the parameters were calculated. So you are right. The fact is the kind of the expansion of the common cause component groups, you know, cross units really kind of, you know, intensifies the issues that we already have, you know, with the upward mapping and whatnot. So it's even further increasing those uncertainties that we kind of know that are there. So.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. The other hand that I have is Ed Lyman. Ed, you should be able to unmute and ask your question or provide your comment.
Thank you. This is Edwin Lyman from the Union of Concerned Scientists. Can you hear me?
We can?
Yeah, so I've two questions. So the first, I seem to recall that years ago, the ASP annual reports would have a discussion or an assessment of how many precursors were that occurred were not actually modeled in the PRA. And I seem to remember that number was around 30% or something. And I haven't seen that statement more recently. I was wondering if you could comment on your observations, because it seems like that would be a significant piece of information for PRA realism, as if actual events were not in the PRA to begin with. That's my first question.
Yeah, so I remember those statements in the annual SECI paper. To be honest, we really just haven't had any more recent issues in the last quite a while that we don't think that were not covered by the PRA. The question of whether the precursor were covered within the PRA or not was always a little bit tricky. I mean, there was a little bit of subjective judgment to that, because we were able to always model those type of hazards. But the question is, okay, is it really truly incorporated within the kind of the base PRA? So I know we have done that in the past, but I don't believe there's been any recent precursors over the last, I don't know, several years, if not longer, that we would judge that is not being currently covered by the PRA.
Okay. And my second question was, I also recall that there were issues with differences in the SPAR models and the industry PRAs, and some of those were due to differences in thermal hydraulic modeling between Melcor and MAP. And I guess my question is, have those problems been solved, and to what extent when you have a disagreement with licensees over the
right. So
either
yeah,
SPP or not, how much of that is model differences as opposed to differences in the credit assumptions about credit today?
right. I mean, we've done our own Melcor analyses to kind of maybe test out or to evaluate a lot of the critical, whether it's success criteria, early, for example, early control rod drive mechanism flow to, prevent core damage, safety relief valve success criteria, feed and bleed success criteria, et cetera, et cetera. So we've done those, and we've got the new reg reports on those, and we've kind of followed that within our analyses. However, whether it's an SDP evaluation or an ASP evaluation, we'll use what the SPAR model does, and then the SRAs in the SDP process, they'll be talking with their licensee counterparts. They'll evaluate and kind of identify some of these key differences when they perform the licensee performs analysis, and we have the SDP, the preliminary SDP result, and they'll kind of compare those. And if we see something like that where there's a difference in success criteria, we'll evaluate that. And then usually what happens is, if they have more updated plant specific result from a map analysis, we'll take a look at that, and if we deem that it's appropriate, then we will switch, and then we'll eventually switch it within the base SPAR model as well. So that's typically how the process is handled.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, let's go ahead and move on to your other presentation. Again, coming up on 10 o'clock, hopefully take a break around 10:20 or so and allow some time for questions, if at all possible.
All right, RASP handbook updates. So some of you are may be aware, but revision 3 of volume 1 of the RASP handbook for internal events was completed right before the holidays on December 19, 2025. There's a link there right in the slides. It's also posted on the public website under the ROP references, and also internally on the RASP Toolbox SharePoint site. Just kind of a quick overview on kind of the revisions. We made many relatively small revisions, including editorial changes, and we try to add clarity and to improve the readability of the document. However, some sections needed more substantial revisions, including new guidance. We did revise the section numbers to increase ease of reference and reduce the excessive use of bullets. We removed Appendix A, and that was largely due to the SRAs weren't using it for the most. It was never meant to be kind of de facto kind of guidance, and the amount of level of effort that it would take to kind of get that updated. There was a lot of outdated information within Appendix A. The level of effort to kind of maintain that whatnot just didn't seem to make sense, so we just eliminated it. Next slide. Just so I'm going to kind of go through the different sections and where we made some kind of what I'll call more substantial changes. So the first section where we kind of had some more bigger changes was emission time. So we updated guidance for the various cases on the revising mission times, and we just kind of tried to clarify that the revision mission times should be rare and limited components that are not required to operate for the complete PRA mission time. We provided updated guidance on revising the mission times and SPAR models, and so we just kind of broke it down on a few cases where multiple redundant components for all accident sequence, single component for all accident sequence, and then kind of more limited sets. So depending on how you're going to change that, we just provided some kind of brief guidance there to risk analysts to how to implement those changes. Next slide. So CCF, and so. Just reading through initially we weren't planning to make probably as substantial of changes to the RAS handbook as we initially planned, but we kind of had the individual people that are kind of in charge, or maybe not even in charge, but are interested in certain topics, review some of the certain sections. And so, looking at the CCF section, we just thought that it could use a rewrite. There was some data material in there, but we also wanted to add some background material in certain areas, and that questions come up, and then also add the new guidance that have kind of been kind of broached in Chin's presentation, also just in the ASP presentation. So completely rewritten. We added some background material on the key CCF models that are mostly in use, the alpha and the MGL and beta. I don't even know how much beta is even in use that much anymore. We added background material on how the CCGs are modeled in the SPAR models, and then this new guidance on the common cause component group modeling to reduce the overcounting and overestimation of the potential CCF. We added the new guidance on the treatment of the intersystem CCFs, including the cross-unit CCF, along with the interim approach for adjusting cross-unit CCF parameters. So, we typically have determined that we just don't have the information to model intersystem CCFs, and so we just kind of state that position are the limits of the existing data and the approach, and so we just try to provide some of that background along with that additional guidance. And again, the hope is we won't need this guidance necessarily in the future. If we have cross-unit CCF parameters, we'll updated those, and they will have them in directly, and then they'll be in the SPAR model, and there will be no. So again, this is just kind of an interim approach that we wanted to get in, just so that the analyses that are kind of underway, or in the next year or two, we'll kind of at least get that adjustment to be a little bit more realistic. Next slide. So we also provided information on how the existing CCF parameters are calculated. So, the existing CCF parameters within the SPAR models are calculated from a single generic CCF prior, which includes all equipment types and failure modes. And then we talk about the component specific priors, and we also talk about the causal alpha factors. And so I know there's been a lot of talk over the last several years about causal alpha factors. I thought, several years ago that there was potentially a viable approach to maybe reduce some of the uncertainties, given the fact that it would be limited to cause. And since we're, within the SDP, we're evaluating the risk significance of a specific performance deficiency, that might make sense to limit that, because that has been a comment from the industry in the past that, okay, these CCF parameters are from all causes. And if we're looking at for example, a performance deficiency associated with a procedure procedure issue or whatnot, you have all these other, design, et cetera, environment, within the CCF parameters, these effects. And so, you could be overstating that or potentially even understating that depending on the cause. So we thought there were some benefits there, but however, the further we got within the development, looked at the data, looked at the limitations, we kind of provide a little brief history on that and some of those limitations. And for the most part, we've concluded that, that they really shouldn't be used in most cases. I think of maybe one case might be, if you experience an environmental event, the environmental CCF coupling is high, for example, service water pumps or strainers and whatnot. And so, and I think that intuitively makes sense. The fact is, if you get an ingress of sea grasses or debris, chances are that is going to affect, those redundant components within those open systems. We replaced the CCF ground rules with the updated key principles from New Reg 2225. And then we also updated CCF examples and included a detailed example of how Sapphire calculates the revised CCF probability. We kind of, that's always been a question of how Sapphire or how that adjustment is made. We basically try to start from scratch with an example and show that process of how that base CCF probability is modified and why it's modified, and that follows the kind of the process that's covered in New Reg CR 5485 Appendix E. Next slide. Oh, one other thing on the CCF, there is a reference within the RAS handbook. We've done a kind of separate paper, a white paper that talks about common cause component groups modeling. We even provide examples of certain SPAR models of what the common cause component groups are within the existing SPAR model and what they should be changed to. The public version has the plant names scrubbed out, but we've had that, and we also talk about provide a little bit more information on the look at cross-unit CCF and some of those other things. So that there is that reference there. It's publicly available, the link within the RAS handbook section. So just know that that's there. Next section was the loop events. This section was also completely rewritten just kind of to expand. The guidance initially was really focused on loop initiating events only, but we deal with a variety of loop events, including partial loops are a common thing that we look at. So we tried to expand that to cover those. We added some key loop definitions. We had a section on modeling of flex mitigation strategies in the base SPAR models, along with the kind of several key areas that the analysts may need to revise on a plant specific basis, or at least understand the uncertainties associated with the existing approach. So the SPAR model is modeling of flex. It is, there was essentially a generic event tree, and when I mean generic, kind of like really just a generic event tree that was used for all the SPAR models, and even fault trees. And so it's some of those issues we're kind of working through changes for just in the last couple of years, we've changed the flex data to match what was in the most recent PW owners group data. So previously we were using the parameters that for safety related diesel generators. We also credited the M+ equipment for all plants. However, certain plants are not going to have time to connect and start the M+ equipment if the N train fails, et cetera. So we've kind of made some of those changes. I expect hopefully before the next data update that we first off would activate flex. Flex isn't activated in this base SPAR model, so the analysts need to evaluate that. So I think we want to activate flex in the base SPAR model, and that will also help us on some of our other information sources like the PRIBs, the plant. I forget the actual real name of that, but that's just it provides importance measures and whatnot. So we want to have the importance measures for some of these other aspects to be modeled appropriately. So not having the flex credit is obviously going to increase the importance of certain electrical components. And And so, and also just really understanding, okay, here are some of the key areas with this kind of the base or generic flex modeling and what the analysts should look for on potential changes. You know, for example, maybe for certain plants, they're going to have enough time to connect the N+1 equipment, you know, and so they need to look into that, et cetera. So, and then we just also added a section provides guidance for analyzing the various loop events. So again, we looked at complete loop events. We looked at, you know, different partial loop events with trip, partial loop events without a trip, et cetera. Next slide. And here's just some sections that we kind of have, well, I'd say classify as maybe smaller changes or at least smaller changes in scope. For initiating events, we reordered the 3 existing cases. We eliminated case 4, which was open. The case 4 was associated with the support system initiating event component failures, and that was already covered in the SSIE section. We also revised the language to be inclusive of the 3 programs to match what is currently done in SDP. So the previous, you know, we wanted to match what was described in IMC 0308 for the SDP, but also kind of separate out what's done for MD 8.3 and, you know, and ASP, you know, typically the same, but also the SDP has a little bit of difference in this, in sense that they're subtracting out the base risk from the CCDP and getting the annualized delta CDF. Within HRA, I think Jim mentioned some of this, but we updated the section to include information on IDEA's ECA and the IDEA's dependency method. Previously, you know, it was really just referencing SPAR H. So, you know, just we wanted to get some IDEA's ECA information. And the fact is, it's really up to the analysts right now. We have these 2 tools to be used, you know, whether it's an SDP or an ASP. For the most part, in ASP, we've adopted and kind of moving forward with using IDEA's ECA for our approaches. The SRAs, it's going to depend on the SRA. Some SRAs are more comfortable with IDEA's than others, and some are, you know, are fans of the SPAR H method. So it's kind of up to them, but we have those 2 tools. For the support system initiating events, we've kind of revised and expanded the existing examples for the various event and condition assessments associated with the support system initiating event modeling. Next slide. Okay. If we can, or
Okay. Let's go ahead and open the floor to questions to all 3 of our speakers. For those of you who are participating remotely, similar to our previous 2 question answers or question askers, if you could use the raise your hand feature, then we'll go ahead and take you in turn that we see your hands coming up. But I do have a hand here in the room. If you could introduce yourself and any group you're with, please.
Sure. Victoria Anderson from NEI, and this is for all 3 of the speakers and for general NRC consideration. I think we would all acknowledge that the licensee models are updated more often, and they more completely reflect the current configuration of the plant. That's just the nature of the licensee being there every day, providing the information, getting all the information, and the SPAR models, you can only do so much upkeep. And so I wonder if there is value in having the initial assessment for things like SDP be done using the licensee's model, and then using the SPAR model as confirmation versus now where you work starting with the SPAR model and then you sort of have to, like, you acknowledge the limitations of that model and you have to go to the licensee model to get more detailed configuration information, more detailed plant status, more detailed data, et cetera. So I just wonder, has that ever been considered that instead maybe you could start with the licensee model and then use that to inform the SPAR analysis?
Well, I mean, we have had several efforts along the many years discussing the use of the licensee models. And I just want to clarify, when we're talking about use of licensee models, that is not the NRC using the licensee models, not having the documentation and the full access to the licensee models. It is the licensee evaluating the event or condition with their model and providing some portion of the results to the NRC. So that has been considered. I think, well, I don't think, I would say the previous evaluations determined that to maintain independence, using the SPAR models, using and then compare, performing the independent assessment and then comparing the results and within the SDP process is appropriate to maintain independence. And so I'll kind of leave it at that because I think maybe any other answer might be well above my pay grade, to be quite frank.
Yeah, I mean, just the emphasis is it might help lead to better realism. But that was a good clarification that the NRC does not use the licensee model, the licensee does the analysis.
And what I will say is, yes, there are certain areas where I will totally agree that the licensee models are more detailed than the SPAR models. They are updated more. And, for example, instrumentation and control especially. However, I don't think typically the typical differences that are driving the differences between the licensee results and the SPAR model results often are HRA, CCF, occasionally plant-specific data. And so the plant-specific data issue is a valid one. Obviously the PRA standard puts a higher emphasis on plant-specific data as being more representative. So I don't have a strong argument there. My belief is the SPAR model should just switch to plant-specific data. But anyway, I'll just leave it at that as well. Thank you.
Andy Pat's branch chief for PRA oversight. So especially with big decisions like the significance determination process, we do want to make sure that the assumptions are similar. But when it comes to, if the licensee just gave us a number, we'd still have to dig into it somehow, whether that's actually looking at CAFTA models or whatever they use. For SPAR models, we'd still need to do some sort of independent check to make sure the number's right. So I'm not sure if it'd make much of a difference whether they start or we start first. But at the very least, in the big decisions, we make sure that we're kind of in agreement on assumptions or at least understand each other. Like, we might not completely agree with each other on the standards because each utility has their own way of doing things, their own assumptions, especially you're looking at reliability data, that type of stuff. So we want to make sure we're standardized and we're treating all the licensees fairly across it, and not basing it entirely on a number, but we do at least want to make sure that we're using similar assumptions. And when I think we do have similar assumptions, I'm not the heavy analyst, but I think they're usually pretty close. They might be off a little bit, but it's very important if it's near a threshold. Like if it's 5e to the minus 6 delta CDF, CDP, and licensing model might be 4e to the minus 6. That's not meaningful when it comes to what the NRC does. But if it's close to like 9e to the minus 7 or 1.1e to the minus 6 when it comes to delta CDP, we really want to make sure we're correct there, if that helps.
Fernando Ferrante with EPRI. I mean, going back to the PRA Realism team, right? And not getting into the SPAR models versus licensee models. I mean, this goes back to best available information, right? And so like you were saying, if there's an SDP, the last thing you want to argue about is, well, something was modeled, something different that is not quite accurate. I mean, that needs to get out of the way pretty fast. And I think you were alluding to that, right? I mean, a lot of SRAs will talk to the utilities without reducing independence and say, we got this issue. And then there could be a comparison of the models to make sure something that is artificial is not being introduced, because that's really not what an SDP should be about. Once you get over that, and my past experience, past life was most of the time that will be surpassed, the argument is really about what you have in front of you. I mean, the difference is not, well, this model has all details that SPARs don't have. But I think, I don't know what the change is, a perennial question on best available information, but getting anything that can be done to get past we're arguing about artificialities of the model. I mean, it's essential. Otherwise, we're kind of failing the PRA realism goal, I think, that we're trying to do. Just a comment.
I mean, just to kind of follow on to that, I mean, we in some ways do partially already do what Victoria brought up in the sense of, for those 2/3 of the SPAR models where we have fire, we use the licensee PRA. We have to. I mean, that is best available information. So we do that in certain areas. I do agree with Andy in the sense, I don't know if it makes a huge difference of where we start and whatnot. If the licensee starts first, whatnot. I think the current paradigm of kind of doing it in side by side is, I don't know, that makes sense to me personally. But and I do think a lot of the issues, not an SRA, but looking at the recent reg conferences and whatnot, and what they're arguing is typically not SPAR model related. It's, was there a performance deficiency? Was there a loss of safety function? Often vendor testing comes involved and they try to prove that there was no loss of safety function and whatnot. So I just don't know if I could be wrong, but I haven't heard from the regions and the SRAs and whatnot that the SPAR model versus licensee differences are typically the huge driver. It's again, when it comes to actual modeling, it typically will be an HRA or CCF or one of those other issues, not necessarily. And obviously, the 2 miles produce different results, but that's because you got different methods involved. So.
Just to change subjects on the common cause failure. I apologize, I haven't read the new guidance, so asking to learn. Right, you mentioned intersystem and the other unit or multi-unit aspect. So we all know the data issues, right? And so again, going back to PRA realism, the realism isn't really there because the data is not collected for that purpose. And the extrapolation of alpha factors into bigger common cause CCGs is a problem on its own. So is the current guidance to kind of try to do is there significant, or like, what, can you give me a flavor of what that guidance is trying to do and how, what is kind of the intent there?
So the guidance when it comes to, intersystem is the fact is we don't model intersystem CCF. The licensee PRAs don't, where there's no method, there's no data to currently do that, that I'm fully aware of. I'm sure there's research, stuff going around the world and whatnot on that, but we currently don't have anything. And so we just state that, and we just noted that that's an uncertainty. The fact is, all valves within the plant, if there are similar valves or whatnot, they're going to have, there's CCF coupling there. I don't think it's huge, and I think we would be seeing type of stuff within the data, even if we didn't collect it per se for that purpose. So we are just stating that kind of out loud of just, that's an uncertainty that could be, so, and when it comes across unit CCF, it's again, we've had these few components within the SPAR models that we have expanded across units. And so we try to highlight, okay, when those should be crossed. For example, sometimes you have a multi-unit, if you have a multi-unit site and they're not shared, there makes no sense to ever have that cross unit CCF. That's simple expansion across. And that would be, I would kind of liken that to kind of intersystem CCF almost. Now, if you have cross unit shared diesel generators or surface water pumps, or, we don't have modeling of the surface water strainers, but, looking at those components, we have seen events in the past. However, they're far rarer than what we see. And so the current guidance is, okay, we know just expanding those common cause component groups across and using the existing CCF parameters is not really not the best idea. There's the uncertainties are being expanded, let's just say. We've expanded the uncertainties. And so what we've kind of, from our initial data review, have relatively simple, shown, okay, we're seeing, maybe roughly, we've done a comparison of CCF events for that particular component type for single unit and for cross unit. And we say, it's an order at least an order of magnitude for the most part, less. And so we're adjusting. So we would adjust the existing alpha factors just for the cross unit CCF portion, and we would adjust those and reduce those by an order of magnitude. That's not to say that that's a perfect solution or whatnot. And I'm not even saying the existing, process, we understand, the biggest uncertainties, we're all kind of in agreement. The biggest uncertainties are associated with what I call them partial CCF events, but I think EPRI calls them precursor events or something like that. And the upward mapping, I think those are by far the biggest sources of uncertainty. And I think we're in agreement on that. I won't dispute that. I think at least my position is we need to handle that outside kind of the quantitative realm and just factor it in qualitatively. However, that's a much bigger conversation, but I think that's what we need to come up with hard and fast, maybe not hard and fast rules, because I think every case is going to be unique, but at least getting into the thing where, okay, if we're dealing with SDP associated with a large CCCG, knowing that those uncertainties are going to be much more significant than, maybe a common cause component group of 2 or 3.
Hold on, you need a microphone.
Very quick. And so is the Office of Research looking to doing something? I mean, internationally, that is a big question, right? Especially since they have 7, 8, 9 reactors. So is the Office of Research looking to improve that? Is that something that is on the front burner to do something? Or is that, well, this is a temporary solution until more motivation is needed?
Well, what I'll say is, this is interim guidance, and we do have a task right now to calculate cross-unit CCF parameters for diesel generators, surface water pumps, and surface water strainers. Initial looks into that, INL is currently working on that. Initial looks are showing, the problem is we're starting to get zeros, and zeros are a problem. Now, it's zeros for the data period we're looking at. So it's a question of like, okay, we've seen some of those, a year or 2 prior to the data period. So they're obviously zero. So to use it like a non-informative prior, we're kind of exploring different approaches for trying to figure that out. We haven't come up with a solution. My hope is not only of CCF, but maybe even some of the other key kind of data points, whether we're talking about early failure to run or just having a single failure to run type of thing. I know it's been brought up and whatnot, and I'm sympathetic to that. I think that makes sense personally. But some of those kind of key aspects of kind of talking in the next few weeks internally with John Lane, who's the project manager for that, and INL and some other key folks, of developing a plan of like, okay, here's what we plan for the next data update, and then not necessarily coming and saying, but meeting with the industry and the public in a public setting and saying, okay, this is what we're looking to do in this next data update, not only CCF, but also in these other data, at least the key stuff of changes we're kind of looking at and trying to get and getting feedback. I mean, obviously there's going to be only so much we can do, and I don't know where we're at when it comes to the contract dollars.
Okay, we are due to take a break. So let's take a 15-minute break and get started just a couple minutes after 10:40 Eastern. Thank you. if folks can start finding your seats, we're going to get started soon. If folks can please start finding your seats. All right, thanks everyone for finding your seats. Again, want to apologize for those of you joining us remotely. There was a mix-up. We had the meeting link posted for the original workshop back in October, as opposed to the one that we were planning to use today. I apologize for that mix-up. And we eventually did figure out what was going on with showing the slides as well. So appreciate your patience. We did have a request to go through the agenda briefly when we came back from break. So starting with the break there, we're moving on to our next segment. We've got discussions on NRC risk-informed licensing, a presentation from industry on regulatory applications, and then a presentation from EPRI on defense in depth before we take our lunch break this afternoon. Michelle, if you could scroll up. Thank you. We've got a session on realism for advanced reactors with a presentation by NRC and then NEI and EPRI. We'll move on then to public perspectives, where we have a few members of the public or special interest groups providing a presentation. And then after the break, really, we've got just some segments reserved just for open discussion. If there's anything that we didn't quite chase down as deeply as you would have liked to during the discussions previous or the presentations previously, we've got some time set aside to get back to those before we close. So that is essentially our agenda for today, looking to wrap up by 4:30. Okay, with that, we are moving on to our next session, and our presenters are remotely. So Adrian and Ronaldo, we have promoted you to presenters, so you should be able to go ahead, show your cameras, unmute, etc., and get things started. If you could, please introduce yourselves.
So I'm going first. My name is Adrian Brown. I am currently a senior reliability and risk analyst in the PRA licensing branch A. And I work within the Office of Nuclear Reactor and Regulation. So we're going to proceed forward. I will be discussing today PRA licensing and risk-informed applications, and just giving a little bit of context on discussion on the expectations for PRA realism in our staff reviews for PRA applications and changes that are submitted to us to support. So we can move on to the next slide. So just really quickly, the agenda, realism, how do we get to this point? Use of PRA acceptability in modeling of PRA realism, insights, what are we using this information for, and some ongoing cross-cutting initiatives. So move on to the next slide. So when I was generating this slide, my intent was to be actually in person with you guys. However, I'm no longer in person, and I wanted to kind of make this a little bit of an interactive slide and presentation, because I've just grown so much as a PRA practitioner and reviewer, and just having so many thorough discussions with a lot of senior PRA practitioners and individuals who just been around and seen so much for so long, who are a part of the initial development of the IPE and the IPEEs and so forth. So just to give you a little bit of context as to how we got to this point, there was a strong desire following the TMI accident to understand realistically what was going on at any given point in time for the operation of the plant by not only the NRC, but also the industry. And there were two separate initiatives that were generated as a result. The industry had an initiative called the Industry Degraded Core Rulemaking. And in parallel, the NRC also ventured into the development of the individual plant examination for severe accidents, the generic letter 8820. But prior to generic letter 8820, were the NRC ZIP studies. And well, that's included in it. That included the Zion, the Indian Point, and the Peach Bottom, in which a big picture result of the conclusion of that study was that in order to actually achieve realism, the models needed to use the utility and the perspectives and interview the staff to the maximum extent possible to reach realism. And that is actually what the report generated, and the results was to exercise the use of the utility and its people as much as possible to achieve realism. So following that, the IPEs and the IPEEs were generated, and the NRC also produced a report for the new Reg 1742 on the perspectives gained from the IPE. So that gets us to where we are today and the lessons learned and whatnot and the benefits gained from having a realistic understanding of the plant, the operation of the plant and its states. So move on to the next slide, please. So from a licensing perspective, we consider PRA realism in our determination of the acceptability of the base PRA to be used for different applications or changes to the plant design or the plant licensing basis per se. Particularly, PRA acceptability is strongly defined and understood in regulatory position for Reg I 1200. Honestly, though, when you get to looking at realism only shows up in 4 instances in Reg I 1200. So what do we mean? What are we considering? What are our expectations when it comes to PRA realism when we're reviewing from a licensing perspective, right? So when we take a look at the attributes for PRA acceptability, we're considering not only just the scope of the base PRA, all of the technical elements that are used to conform for the base PRA, but also the level of detail and the plant representation with respect to PRA configuration and control. And so the actual acceptability of the base PRA is measured against the base PRA scope, level of detail, and its conformance to the NRC regulatory position in Section C of Reg I 1200. I think that is all I wanted to cover on this slide. So let's move forward to the next slide. So when we move forward to the next slide, the PRA relies strongly on the design basis analysis for your modes and effects, pump curves, use of real thermohydraulic analysis, all to generate our CES criteria. And as you can see, when we're considering risk-informed decision-making and understanding the acceptability of the PRA to make our determination, we have to consider strongly, well, what are you using this specific PRA for? And when we consider what you're using that specific PRA for, we have to take in rendering our final staff finding, we are considering, well, where are you at in respect to the margins of safety, or margins to safety? So we actually review up through against the safety goal. So when you consider the safety goal represents not only individual, but societal risk. From those individual and societal risk, we have derived qualitative objectives, QHOs, and our current characteristics for metrics, which are CDF and LERF, we've derived limits for CDF and LERF to use as a surrogate to understand what our margin to the safety goal is. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those surrogates that you identify in REGA 1.174 to determine if a change is good enough or within the bounds, is you have to necessarily meet that. That's what we use to understand margins to safety and where we're at with respect. But it all hinges upon what you're actually using the PRA for. So we take into consideration safety significance, defense in depth, risk significance, and risk insights. All of that is considered with the understanding of the level of detail of the PRA, what that PRA is being used for, but most importantly, the realism that the PRA is reflecting to be able to make that decision. So there are varying degrees of fidelity that the PRA must represent to understand its strengths and weaknesses. And that's really what PRA realism conceptually is conveying. It's telling us, is this good enough for what you are trying to use this tool for? And you will find increased levels of fidelity within the PRA as your realism improves based upon additional analysis, testing, and data. So this gauge kind of represents our decision making in terms of realism, because what you're using the information for determines the level of realism that we as the staff are expecting to understand to determine if that PRA is acceptable. And that is predicated upon where you land within the licensing margin, design basis margin, beyond design basis as well, in addition to the operational tech spec limits. So together, all of those conform to represent realism based upon the decision that is being made. Next slide, please. Some ongoing cross-cutting initiatives that are currently being considered that will impact our expectations or can impact our expectations for how we consider realism in the modeling and understanding of the PRA for acceptability, the base PRA for acceptability, are risk informing 5059 rulemaking, the ongoing rulemaking for 5036, which risk informs tech specs, in addition to the code case on risk significance that is currently under JCNRM for review, in addition to Executive Order 14300, Section 5. So that concludes my presentation, and I will now turn over to my colleague to present on the configuration, control, and updates and management of the PRA.
Hey, Ronaldo, are you with us? You're muted. If you're attempting to speak, there you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, we can hear you now.
I guess I'm just waiting a little bit for the presentation to come up. My name is Reynaldo Rodriguez, and I am a Senior Reliability and Risk Analyst in the Division of Risk Assessment. And I'll be talking today about PRA configuration control and how it can relate to PRA realism. Next slide, please. So here's what I'll be talking about today, a little bit of background on how we got here, and then what is the operating experience smart sample, what's the status of it, how it is changing, and what is the path forward. Next slide, please. So the NRC established a working group to identify how can we effectively perform oversight of PRA configuration control. And the main reason is because a lot of licensees are now taking advantage of risk-informed programs, and the PRA plays an integral part of those programs. So we in the NRC are interested to see how licensees are maintaining configuration control. So basically that the PRA reflects the as-built, as-operated plant. So what we decided to do was to do a balanced approach, and this is where the operating example smart sample comes into play. And for those of you who don't know what operating experience smart sample is basically we put in a guidance for inspectors to have the option to perform the smart sample. And the smart sample will take place instead of another sample. So basically we're not adding inspection hours or inspection effort. We're just switching perspectives, if you will, and switching where we look and how we look. But it's not an additional inspection that is performed for the licensees. The inspectors have the option of whether or not to perform the smart sample. It's not mandatory. So we issued a smart sample in 2023. There's the ML number there if you want to pull it up and see what it is. As part of the smart sample, we also established what we call a cross-regional panel. The reason we do this is an area that is somewhat new, somewhat different to the inspectors. And in order for us to maintain as much as we can, same treatment for all licensees and be consistent in the application of the smart sample and any potential issues that we might find as part of the inspection, we put together these cross-regional panels. And basically, all the regions at headquarters, we get together, we discuss the potential issues, and we decide how to proceed forward. And that way, we're all on the same page, and we're treating everyone the same. We also have interim SDP guidance. That's also part of the cross-regional panel. And also we have updated the examples of minor and more than minor issues for further guidance for the inspectors. Next slide, please. So here I'm providing a summary of the smart sample. So it has been performed 9 times. As you can see, 8 of those 9 were performed by team inspections across all 4 regions. You can see the breakdown there, 3 SETIs, 4 TFPIs, and with 5069. But also, we have one occasion where it was performed by the resident inspector as part of our PINR inspection. So the smart sample is very flexible. Again, it's up to the inspectors if they want to perform it or not. So what are some of the things that we have identified as part of the smart sample? Well, the first thing is all of them were determined to be minor. And primarily is documentation, record-keeping issues. But we have also found some gaps between plan changes and PRA updates. None of those rose to the threshold or being more than minor, but basically what we are finding is licensees are maintaining PRA configuration control, but perhaps they could do a better job documenting their changes. And also, there could be better communication between the PRA group and the plant. Obviously, the plant will go forward with their day-to-day activities, will go forward with their plant changes. But there needs to be communication between what changes are being proposed and what changes are being implemented and the PRA group. Because at the end of the day, the PRA group at the site or at the corporate office has to make an evaluation and a determination on whether the change that is being taking place also needs to be reflected in the PRA. Obviously, it depends on what the change is. Some changes don't affect the PRA models, others do. So we haven't found any instances where there was a change at the plant that should have been part of the PRA update and that didn't take place. So we haven't found any of those examples, but we did find potential gaps, potential room for improvement where communication between the groups could be better. So as of right now, the operating experience smart sample is still ongoing, is still available for inspection use. We have seen a little bit of a drop in the implementation of the smart sample. It's primarily due to scheduling. As you can see, most of the inspections are team inspections, so those take place throughout the year. It depends on when they are scheduled. Right now, we are not planning to make any changes to the smart sample or the SDP, and we have not, I guess, utilized the SDP because we have not found anything more than mine. Next slide, please. So as some of you may know, we have the Advance Act and also the executive orders that were issued in the past year or two. And based on those directives, the staff now is going to basically incorporate the PRA configuration control into the ROP. Originally, it was targeted for 2027, and that was to align with the new ROP cycle. However, now we are doing a full rebaselining of the ROP in 2026. We're currently awaiting commission approval before we can proceed forward. But basically, the current proposal is to include some of the guidance that is in the smart sample into the new procedures. So it's not going to be anything new, but it will be better integrated into the ROP. Next slide, please. So what is the path forward? Like I mentioned, we're still awaiting commission approval for the new ROP rebaselining. The new inspection procedures are actually in draft form right now, but they won't go live, if you will, until we get commission approval / direction, right? I mean, the commission can approve our plans with some changes, right? So depending upon what those changes might be, we might have to shift direction a little bit on what we're doing. But, you know, we're maintaining the public informed. So we have frequent public meetings pretty much every month or every other month. And I believe the next public meeting expected at the end of January. So, you know, we're keeping the public informed and the industry informed. As soon as we get direction from the commission, we will provide that to all stakeholders. I believe that is the last slide. Yeah, so I guess we go to questions.
So Ronaldo, I'd like to hold off for questions so we can have questions for all of our speakers from this grouping when we get to the end.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, you want to? Okay. Actually, I've been corrected. Michelle would like to take questions for the NRC folks, and then we'll go ahead and transition. I do have one quick clarifying question for Ronaldo. Does the PRA you are discussing and referring to include non-LWR PRAs? And then I've got a hand in the room I'm going to move to.
It's my understanding PRA configuration control is part of the standard, so it applies to all PRAs if you're following the standard.
Victoria Anderson with NEI. I understand this is in flux, but you indicated decreased utilization of this OPI Smart Sample. Does that mean we should see fewer standalone inspections scheduled, or possibly not scheduled, like just used on an as-needed basis? Because for the past couple of years, licensees have had these PRA configuration control inspections scheduled.
Okay, so the way it had worked until now is, you know, the schedule for the team inspections, the SETI, the fire protection inspections, and all of those, they are what they are, right? We scheduled those 18 to 24 months ahead of time. But then, you know, once a team is assigned to those inspections, then the team leader, as part of the preparation, will decide whether or not they want to use the smart sample. So if they want to use the smart sample, then they will inform the licensees, hey, as part of this particular inspection, we will be performing the smart sample, and therefore, you know, we would like your support on it. So that's how it has been handled.
Okay, I think that answers my question. My question was basically, are you going to have the standalone inspections, which it sounds like you're not anymore?
It's not part of the plan.
All right, again, if you have a question online, if you could please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and activate, or at least give you the ability to unmute and provide your audio. It looks like we do have a question. All right, Andrea, you should be able to unmute and ask your question or provide your comment at this time.
Hello, this is Andrea Maioli, Westinghouse and JCNR, one of the JCNRM vice chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment on one of the slides that Adrienne provided about the code case of risk significance. Just for an update, that code case is not under revision anymore. It's been approved. It's going to be published in hopefully in the January timeframe. So that's a quick update on that activity. On a similar wavelength, there is another activity in JCNRM looking at similar what this code case and risk significant is doing on looking at risk significance at the plant level rather than at individual hazard level. So that's a longer term activity that still does not have a specific schedule for release, but that's just for information.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on our NRC presentation at this point? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring up our speakers from NEI and PRA, if you would. Victoria and Fernando.
Should be, although I guess it's not October 1st, but I mean, yeah, it's fine. Sure. Hi, I'm Victoria Anderson with NEI. I'm a technical advisor for engineering and risk at NEI. And I'm going to be talking about realism and risk-informed regulatory applications from industry perspective. Next slide, please. So I was going to go over, stepping back, what are the basic premises of risk-informed regulation? What does realism mean in the context of various forms of risk-informed regulation? Because realism is not universal necessarily. The level of realism you need is not the same in every context. I was also going to go over how lack of realism can impact risk-informed regulatory decisions and why the industry is very interested in supporting continued realism. I was going to talk about the role of SDPs and their supporting documents in the level of realism available for risk-informed decisions, and then also talk about how each of the 5 principles of risk-informed decision-making interact with realism. Next slide, please. So the basic premise of risk-informed regulation is that you take your deterministic approaches, which we sort of had all along, you add your risk insights, and then you ultimately make better regulatory and operational decisions. So that's what you're doing. Next slide, please. And then this sort of demonstrates, this results in improving both safety and efficiency. So it's a win-win on all sides. You improve safety by highlighting your vulnerabilities and any dependencies you may not be immediately aware of, helps you address them. And it improves efficiency by allowing flexibility where risk is low. And we've seen a lot of this value in online maintenance and risk-informed tech specs and those kinds of things. Next slide, please. So what is the context of realism in our various risk-informed applications? How much realism you need and where you need your realism really depends on how you're using your PRA in decision-making. In general, you're using best estimate modeling and maintain the correct relative importance of risk contributors. So you want to make sure that your realism is more or less uniform across your model, or that you characterize the differences in realism and the uncertainty so that you understand where you may be seeing something overrepresented. And then when we talk about realism, we might be talking about a specific PRA model. Is this PRA model realistically reflecting the as-built, as-operated plant? But we might be talking about a very specific scenario. And have we modeled the scenario specifically? So when you're talking about average risk, that's when you're looking at like your facility modifications and your surveillance frequency extensions and pest extensions. You're sort of looking at your average plant and how it's normally behaving. And that's kind of your whole model realism. But if you're looking at scenario-specific risk, you're looking at a very small slice in a very specific set of circumstances. And that's what you look at in like your risk-informed tech spec completion times and your significance determination process. And in some cases, a level of conservatism that doesn't really impact your average risk in your total facility model may have a large impact in something like a risk-informed completion time calculation or an SDP. And that's why it's really important to think of the context of the realism. So, a licensee may have a realistic as-built, as-operated PRA, and it meets the standard and everything. But there may still be some conservatisms that in some very specific scenarios wind up skewing the results when you're using the PRA for a specific purpose. So it's important to not think of realism as a destination. It's something we always have to think about. So next slide, please. I have just a couple of examples of what happens when you have a lack of realism in your risk-informed decision-making. So first one is an emergency diesel generator. So if you make a conservative assumption of a bounding value for failure probability of diesel generators, you would inflate the contribution of failures to plant risk. So your PRA is going to show that your diesel generators dominate risk. Not that they don't have an important role, but you're overstating it. And then your evaluations are going to conclude that you can't extend your outage times to support maintenance flexibility. And you wind up making an incorrect decision. It's not even a conservative decision, it's an incorrect decision. You're over-concentrating your resources on your diesel generators for surveillance and maintenance and leaving other contributors to plant risk under-addressed because they seem less important in the PRA model. So I think that's the important thing to look at in these when you have over-conservatisms. It's not just that you're making a conservative decision, you wind up making an incorrect decision, which is why we want to make sure we pursue realism. Next slide, please. So then we've got another one on fire, everybody's favorite realism topic. So a very common conservative assumption that many licensees dealt with was that any electrical cabinet fire would go to a full room fire with no credit for suppression. But that's not realistic and not in line with the data. So you would see that your total contribution from cabinet fires is gigantic, and you would put all sorts of effort into dealing with that and isolating everything that may not really do much for your plant risk. So you might invest in a bunch of cabinet fire barriers, but that's not really going to help you when you could do things like install an early detection system, and that might help mitigate the risk better and would be a better use of resources. Right. Next slide, please. So just a summary of what we talked about. When you have PRA conservatism, you shift the apparent risk profile and you wind up with incorrect prioritization. What you want is you want your best estimate values with uncertainty characterization to give useful insight. So of course, we don't know everything to certainty. We do not have complete information. So there is always going to be a range, but rather than picking the conservative end of that range and modeling that, you want to characterize the uncertainty and understand how that impacts the range of potential outcomes. All right, next slide, please. So we talked about SDPs a little bit earlier, and I know that SDPs and the guidance supporting their conduct can lack realism in key areas. As was noted earlier today, there have been some improvements put out there in the RASP handbook that was very recently published and made public. If you're doing things like relying on your generic common cause failure values, you overpredict common cause failure risk, especially when you're talking about something scenario specific where you don't have to look at average common cause, you can look at the scenario specific common cause. So what you wind up doing is potentially overstating the risk of findings compared what would be found with refined modeling. So this winds up creating a disconnect, and this was sort of the source of my question earlier. You have the licensee model and what they find, and you have what they use in their daily operational decision making, and then you have maybe what comes out of the SPAR analysis, because the SPAR models aren't as detailed and aren't updated as often. So this sort of leads to misunderstandings at the plant and makes it difficult for people working with the licensee to understand why something that in your day-to-day management of the plant, when you look at the risk analysis, it's low risk, but then the SDP is done and all of a sudden it's a very consequential SDP, and it's because there's differences in the assumptions and differences in the levels of realism in the model. So in SDPs especially, and that's why I highlighted this, is that in SDPs especially, you need to be looking at something scenario specific. And as I talked a few slides back, scenario specific is different from average. So it's very important that when you're looking at something scenario specific, you make sure that you've characterized the uncertainties, you're not just making the most conservative assumption, and that you've updated the scenario specific considerations. There are many reasons that a model might include some simplifying or conservative assumptions, and it doesn't impact the plant risk profile when you're talking about average risk that much. But when you're talking scenario specific, it has a big impact, and that's when you need to sort of dig in and look at the scenario in more detail. Next slide, please. All right, so realism and all the principles of risk-informed decision-making. We're asserting here that PRA realism is really central to all 5 principles. I think we mostly think of it as being central to the, calculation against the risk metrics, your CDF and LERF changes being small. But it's really central to all of them, and ensuring that we have realism makes sure that our risk-informed processes are credible and balanced. Next slide, please. So I was going to sort of go over, how does realism really impact each of the principles. So looking at each of the 5 principles, compliance with current regulations. If you're overly conservative, you could wrongly suggest that you're not complying with the regulations. So that would stop you from making justified changes that might actually improve plant safety and efficiency. On defense in depth, having a realistic PRA will help you identify where layers are truly providing protection. But if you're conservative, you might be looking at scenarios where it seems like defense in depth has eroded where it isn't. In terms of safety margins, if you're conservative there, it may appear that your safety margins are too thin and may stop you from making a beneficial change. Next slide, please. Like I said, changes in risks are small and consistent with safety goals. I think we all understand why realism is important there. You're directly calculating a delta CDF. And then in performance monitoring and measurement, I think it's important to have a realistic baseline PRA because you use your outputs from your PRA in monitoring how you're doing in your performance. And if you're conservative, you're going to get these false alarms, and it's going to look like your performance is not where it needs to be, or is going to highlight the wrong things. So really, realism is central to every aspect of risk-informed decision-making, not just the calculation of the numbers. And that is all I had.
Great. Let's go ahead and go to Ronaldo, and then we'll to take questions for both of you.
Fernando, yeah, but
Or Fernando, I'm sorry.
I used to be called Antonius when I was here, so it's okay. All right. All right, so I think I have 20 minutes, about 20 minutes, is that correct? I just want to go. So first of all, thanks for having me here. I appreciate it. I'm going to talk a little bit about a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. And so why did I pick defense in depth? Number one, it follows a little bit what Victoria and the prior NRC presenters discussed. They all mentioned the principles. Defense in depth was mentioned before. And I'm really going to be talking about defense in depth and safety margins, as well as kind of the general sense of the principles. So why did I pick this topic? Let's go to the next slide. One of the benefits of getting old, aside from having perennial back pain and bad eyesight, is that you start seeing the trends on some of these topics, right? And so, I've been to conferences, and to be fair, I did discuss some of these topics in some of the prior forums. You start hearing words like uncertainty, confidence, and then you start seeing that the connections that we're all kind of talking about the same thing, right? We're kind of getting back, in my mind, in this regard, to the decision-making, right? Risk-informed decision-making. It's not risk-informed decision-making. It's not PRA only or PRA calculations. It's using a tool that is highly beneficial and is part of the policy within the NRC to make better decisions, right? It doesn't mean it's useful for all areas. It doesn't mean it doesn't have its own aspects that need to be carefully considered. But it is, I'm focusing a little bit more, rather than the technical details of common cause and HRA, more on what the decision-making is impacted with when we talk about realism, when we talk about the principles, right? Won't dwell on some of the things Victoria nicely explained, because I do think what she presented on the correct or incorrect decision is at the end what we're really talking about more than is this calculation realistic? Do we have the perfect modeling? Newsflash, we don't. We have to deal with what we have, and that doesn't mean it's inadequate or bad. But in the context of defense in depth, the reason why I think this is important, and we can go to the next slide, is that, different folks, different depending on the context, realism means different things. And defense in depth plays on this in a wider sense, in my opinion. But this is kind of my slide, just like Victoria's slide. What does it really mean? And I don't want to get into the realism. I just want to really say that it is about decision making, making the right decisions, not having the right answer 100%, which you will never have. But it is about thinking on the inputs, thinking about the wider performance of the plan, thinking about what those principles that are intrinsic to every decision come to play with. So next slide. So I bring up the definition of new rec. Number one, because I really like the glossary. I think it's a fine product. And it is a great discussion. I won't read it here, but if you've never read it, I highly recommend you do. It is one of the best definitions and more well thought out explanations of what defense in depth means, its role, the role of PRA. I think is a very clear-eyed discussion on it. So it exists. Some folks might be thinking, why are we talking about defense in depth? Is that even a problem? Well, let's go to the next slide, right? So there's a great definition. There's different views around the world. IAEA has its own definition. Different regulators around the world see this slightly different principles. No right or wrong, because again, this is about not about the technical adequacy of, say, how we model human behavior or hazards. It's about the decision making. So there's different aspects, and honestly, the diversity of interpretations of defense in depth is actually very good. So next slide, or I should say beneficial to have. So let's break down the definitions a little bit, right? So PRA is not a tool to measure defense in depth. Let's kind of get that out of the way. Saying we have this much CDF, the defense in depth is right, is not a one-to-one. That's important to say. I have seen, academic speaking, some work where people pull numbers on defense in depth. Very interesting stuff, but I don't think it has any real technical basis to support it when it comes to nuclear safety. And so once we put out of the way, we can get back to the discussion of what it means in a practical way, right? So it is an integral part. PRA has a role in understanding some of the defense in depth. And honestly, it's critical, especially when we begin looking at areas that are beginning to incorporate PRA type topics, areas that are expanding, using the BRIS SMART or other aspects, and where there's already a priori understanding of what defense in depth means, and very hardwired deterministic thoughts, which are not necessarily a bad or negative thing. It's important because you bring risk and you begin challenging some of those thoughts. And then if the goal of the NRC, as is, continuously rightly so discussed, is to expand the use, make people more aware, bring people around together, this is an issue that needs to be tackled at some point. It does create real impacts. Next slide. So I'm going to go back and revisit a little bit of a great thought that was put forth in the new rec KM 0009. I happen to be lucky to be at the NRC when that was produced. Mary Druin, late Mary Druin, and many others worked on it. It's a fantastic document within this area, right? It highlights what we're talking about here in this workshop, which is an evolution of the realism, right? We've evolved. Let's first of all be clear and not make it sound like we have a problem. We have evolved, and in some cases we've done great work, and we increase realism. And so what the new KM talks about is an evolution of where we were when we first started licensing reactors in this country and around the world, where we had a certain view that made sense back then, right? Very deterministic, very structuralist is the term that was used, where the physical barriers mean something. You need regulations X, Y, Z, reg guide this, new reg that, standard review plan. And defense in depth is kind of a sure, under the reasonable assurance protection, yeah, and assumed to be met. Then there's kind of this evolution on the rationalist view where PRA plays a little bit of a role in that because you start challenging some of the understanding, which is, again, something that is a natural evolution of the technology, of the regulatory environment, of the understanding of nuclear safety, right? And so, you know, we meet XYZ. Do we really have defense in depth? And more importantly, for what I think with the practical purposes we're talking about here, as we expand risk into material areas, digital NC, physical security, you name it, is that prior understanding of you meet XYZ still valid? And if you change the Z in the XYZ, are you losing all defense in depth? And this is not to say, you know, defense in depth shall never be questioned as a problem or is always a problem. As the individuals have to make a decision, as you want to expand some of these ideas across the regulatory spectrum, how do you empower people to understand the issue, right? If defense in depth is challenged, it should be discussed and questions should be asked. But more important than say it is or it isn't, how do you bring about something that allows you to understand it more holistically than the principle in Reg I 1.174 says this, and therefore I need to go deal with it, right? So next slide. So I think I mentioned, you know, there's a diversity of views here. IEA has 5 levels. Why 5? Why not 4? That's not what's important. NRC has a good definition. Other folks have a good definition. Again, I think this is to highlight it does bring a subjectivity and different interpretations. One of the things I experienced within the NRC and outside of the NRC is different folks interpret these terms differently. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's not a big deal. Sometimes it creates a problem, right? And when we have a problem is when we all pay attention. And so this means there is something here that is important to understand. And I think any risk analyst or anybody being involved with risk informing should have a deeper sense of what defense in depth is, what it can do, and not necessarily come out biased in this or that direction, but have a sense of how to assess it, right? At the end of the day, this is making sure these core principles are not compromised, and also changing things does not necessarily bring a concern that the sky is falling. Next slide. So, so one of the things, you know, obviously this is based on work that was done within an EPRI report, where the idea was to go back and look at defense in depth and safety margin, and then begin to kind of untangle this issue that I thought was there, which is the guidance is not, I'm not going to say is inadequate or missing. It is what it is. It's that the issue is difficult, right? And so you read Reg I 1.74, you read how defense in depth is considered deterministically. And then one of the things that, you know, I think one can begin to look at is, and I have to go back to a nice anecdote here, is what is really defense in depth when you start looking at different hazards, you look at the PRA and what it does, right? I was at the IAEA for the NRC a long time ago, and a regulator from Romania asked me a question that I thought was super simple. You know, she said, well, Fernando, how does the defense in depth and PRA correlate or not with each other? And so I went off in the classic, well, there's level 1 and level 2. And then the more I thought about her question, the more I realized it's a lot more complicated than it sounds. And there's things that the guidance kind of mentioned, but then it kind of trails off. And then you kind of have to deal with it yourself, depending on the issue you're dealing. One of the things is, I won't go through each one of these, but any PRA person or risk person knows defense in depth will mean different things. Prevention, mitigation across different things. I mean, let's pick something like multi-unit. What is defense in depth there, right? Versus what is defense in depth internal fire? And what is, more importantly, the insight you're getting out of that? If you start asking, do I have the right defense in depth, the safety margins? Am I meeting the principles? So next slide. So one of the things within this research that was done at EPRI was to begin to tease that out and also talk about very openly about the role of PRA. Not that it hasn't been considered before, but number one of the conclusions I think at least personally I have strongly in my mind is, again, PRA or any tool for the most part is not meant to be a quantification for defense in depth. That's a dead end in my mind. However, that doesn't make it easier to think about the opposite problem, which is if an assessment is made, right? And again, there's different interpretations, and I myself have seen them. If someone says, well, yes, the risk is low and he meets the criteria, but defense in depth is written this way, and I'm going to do a binary where I'm going to put the risk conclusion aside, the numbers aside, and then I'm going to go into defense in depth, and now I'm going to look at this radically different, then there's a problem because PRA does have a role, right? And then the question I think that brings up is, well, what is it and how do you assess it, right? Not just opinions and am I right, am I wrong, but well, how do I look at this and come up with something? So this report isn't meant to be the right answer, but it was meant to tease out things and propose a couple of things. So next slide. So I took what was a figure already in the new RegKM and expanded some of the thoughts, which is you do have layers, right? Not just physical, and I am certainly more on the rationalist side here, but also thinking about how maintenance, procedures, the programmatic aspects come into play. Those are all measures that are trying to protect your layers of defense. Again, if we want to get deeper into defense in depth, what it means, what it does, with all the complexities it has. So next slide. And one of the core things I tried to put forth in this report, and again, this report was about putting the idea out and having something to discuss that is a bit more than just this opinion or that opinion or this particular issue under licensing or oversight, is what are the true elements behind defense in depth? And a couple of things that, because I was responsible for the report when this was done, and I got to kind of try to go after some sacred cows with impunity, was first of all, safety margin is an element that is closely connected to defense in depth. So the idea of, well, I'm going to treat the risk principle, then the defense in depth principle, and then safety margin all separate is almost anathema to the whole risk informed idea. You have to look at them together, which again brings the question of, well, how do I do that consistently, robustly, transparently, and reasonably well, right? So one of the things is, again, safety margin to me is intrinsic to everything that we're talking about here. There is a local and a global aspect. And one of the issues that comes up a lot with defense in depth is, well, yes, there's all these barriers, but I'm worried about this materials issue or this vigilancy issue, whatever the issue may be. And to me, defense in depth is losing the local capabilities, be it safety margins or if something doesn't work, now we have a single failure type of situation that deterministic world sees a certain way. And so I tried to bring back you got to look at the local and you got to look at the global. Also, what do we mean about defense in depth, right? I mean, for seismic, your plan needs to be designed to withstand the level of acceleration and other impacts as it hits, right? There is no stopping the earthquake. So there's a design element, there's a programmatic element, which encompasses all the things that a nuclear enterprise does in terms of managing the risk, implementing appropriate procedures and constantly updating them, training, which is an element that goes into the human component, and yes, the response to events. I mean, they are part of this. So I tried to break down essential components under defense in depth, how to think about it, and then another key element, which is defense in depth is not a monolithic single concept. Different hazards, different applications, different issues bring different questions about defense in depth. So you got to look at the scenario, which I think is the biggest benefit that PRA provides, whether it's an SDP or an ASP or a license, or honestly, a utility trying to think about defense in depth on their own. How do you look at the right scenarios, understand what might be the right level of defense, look at the aspects in design and programmatic that support those, and then make a holistic argument that they have the right level? That's particularly important when you're changing something. That brings a question of, are you affecting defense in depth significantly? So the core idea in the research and the core idea to share is that for decision-making, again, more so than all the underlying complex technical aspects, which are part of this too, is how do we bring that awareness of what's under the hood, how to think about it, and how to bring it up in a way that makes the decisions better, in line with what Victoria and others said, which is make better decisions more than make them 100% realistic. So next slide. So in the report, I'm not going to be able to cover it here in the time I have. We tried to go through each of the different aspects, break it down, discuss how the design, programmatic, and a scenario come to play. You take something like seismic or some of the more extreme natural hazards. At some point, not only is there no defense in that, there's a cliff edge effect, and there is no defense, right? I mean, that's something that, well, it might make some people uncomfortable to hear. It is part of what we do for nuclear safety. At some point, the defenses are gone, and you can always assume a meteorite strike that will destroy entire parts of the earth, right? And so again, if we're going to say defense in depth needs to be treated realistically better, how do I think of it without making those extremes my decision point or becoming too a complicated binary concern? And then debates that typically, when you're in the heat of the moment of an action, they're hard to discuss. So again, the idea was to put defense in depth in context, tease it out, bring out the pieces, and then try to highlight how all these pieces can help a decision. The goal wasn't to say, for every decision, here's exactly what you need to do. It was to try to bring something up, right? There are some elements to this report that will be teased out further, but the idea is essentially that one. Next slide. So in summary, right, these principles continue to be important, and we probably wouldn't be talking about them as much here, or I wouldn't have brought it up, if this was just a purely PRA technical discussion. Because decision-making is at the end what we do. I like PRA a lot, but we don't do it just for fun. We do it because we want to make better decisions. I think the idea is defense and indemnification margin are well discussed, and they're part of the, a fabric of what we do every day. But as we try to expand the use, and without getting into the details, we have engaged on certain material-related and digital NC actions that are important, and issues came up, right? Prove to me that you still have the right safety margin. Very hard to do. Prove to me that defense in depth is not impacted. Good questions. I'm not challenging the idea that those questions need to be asked. Is when you're in the heat of the moment and you are left with different perspectives, points of view in the deterministic, structuralist, rationalist side, things sometimes get very complicated. Sometimes they're not an issue, and sometimes they're difficult. I think if we want to continue using or expanding the use of risk, and I think we do, I think the realism is there, and we have proven in many ways we can continue and should expand it, then decisions are naturally going to come up, and they're complex. And so the idea is, how do we bring that up? Realism, unknown unknowns, and I really don't like unknown unknowns as a term. Bring up, there is something out there that we don't know, and there are things we have uncertainty, and how to bring that up. So I do think what was proposed, or what I'm trying to discuss here, is the idea that more than right or wrong is how do we look under the hood? And then ultimately, rather than ask, well, is defense in depth okay? Is to go after, well, what are those elements and how do they support this issue? And what does the scenarios that are important tell me? And how do I bring up a structure, coherent discussion that maybe even helps reduce angst when regulatory activities take on challenging questions in this area, and then bring up a better discussion. That's really kind of the point of what I was trying to present here. I think that's the end. And so I am done.
Okay, again, if you have a question for Victoria or Fernando and you're in the room, raise your hand and I'll run you a microphone. For those of you participating remotely, if you could raise your hand, then we will give you the ability to activate your microphone. Fernando, I do have one question for you that was provided through the chat. How can the graded approach be applied for PRA?
Can that person clarify what they mean by graded approach?
I can certainly ask. If Dr. Abid Sangubapta, sorry, and I know I'm slaughtering your name. If you want to go ahead and raise your hand, I can unmute you, or if you'd like to type something out into the chat that clarifies your question, we would appreciate that. In the meantime, Susan Cooper. Susan, you should be able to unmute and ask your question or provide your comment at this time.
Thank you. Susan Cooper, Office of Research. Fernando, a question for you. I found your presentation on this report very, very interesting. And I wanted to know if you could give maybe some additional information on the digital INC examples that you had, and was wondering if you kind of wandered into the area of HRA when you did that. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for the comment, Susan. So in the report, we did delve into the digital NC a little bit, but not in the, deeper, it was not a report about digital NC, right? Well, I intentionally delved into that because digital NC, not unlike some other areas, has explicit discussions of defense in depth, right? Within digital NC, as I was working with our digital NC folks at EPRI and other areas, and in discussions with the NRC, they bring up D3, right? D3, diversity, defense in depth. It's an ingrained concept. And so that's a perfect example of an area where, rightly so, defense in depth permeates all the work we do. And they interpret it a particular way. It has a very deterministic flavor to it. And it is a good case in point of an area where we're trying to figure out, well, what does it mean if we begin to bring risk concepts? And what does D3, as written very explicitly in digital NC guidance, how is it affected or changed? Or how do we have a reasonable discussion, right? Because D3, I'm not a digital NC, but in the work that we discuss with experts, right? It does have very specific requirements. And at some point, if you don't meet one of them, you're failing to have defense in depth, right? It has been an ongoing issue as a lot of plants in the US transition to a more digital environment. And so within the report, what I tried to do, and I apologize, Susan, I'll probably take more than my time here, is at a high level, bring about a discussion on what does the terminology on defense in depth discuss in digital versus what we understand. How do they collide? And how do we, my goal wasn't to say they're doing it right or wrong, or there's a better, this is the right way. It was to say, I understand where it's coming from. Here's what PRA can do. And PRA is not the, I want to be 100% clear, is not the answer to, it will measure defense in depth and give you the right answer to, is it okay or not? What it is how do we bring this idea of a scenario, right? What scenarios is digital NC impacted? And what are the defenses that those scenarios have? And what is the margin that you need to bring about? And so how do we bring defense in depth into, in plain terms, bring it a little bit out of the structuralist mindset with some rationalist mindset, not to try to make people believe something they don't believe right now, but bring about a discussion where we get to a point where we understand what it means. So that's what's in the digital NC report. Your other question on HRA, right? So one of the things when I was trying to tease out the elements of defense in depth is that programmatic aspect, and HRA is essential, right? HRA has connections to all the things that we do, procedures, training, capability of the operators, and so many other things that are influencing what we have in HEPs and HRA in general, but are part of that defense, right? The human is a part of the defense, right? And so I have a discussion of how HRA brings that to the picture and how the PRA can take that information out, and you can have a discussion of, is that defense and what really supports the elements of the defense being impacted or not? So in a nutshell, Susan, within the time I have, that's kind of what's in there, if that helps answer the question.
All right, any other further questions for our speakers? If you could reintroduce yourself, please.
Andy Patz, Branch Chief for PRA Oversight. This one's to Victoria. You had some good, clear examples of why conservatism in PRA leads to maybe improper or less than perfect decisions. Do you have any current insights, feedback, anything that you can share for either NRC or is common in licensees? You had some good examples. I'm just wondering if there's any more there.
I mean, I don't really have like off the top of my head, like a specific SDP or something, but I think something that's very common is that, like the average common cause failure values would be used when in a specific scenario, it is demonstrated that the cause of the deficiency was not applicable to the other components in that common cause group. So that, like, that's a very common thing where like it's clearly demonstrated that it was just this component. It doesn't apply to the others. So the common cause failure should be treated appropriately. That's probably the most common one.
Okay, any other discussion at this time?
I think, if I may, I think Abhijit Samgupta, if I understood was his question. I don't know if did he clarify in the chat what his question was about?
Yes, he clarified, but he was looking for specifically for an NRC reference.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna try to find someone to get back to him and include that in the chat. Okay, seeing no hands here in the room or online, I think that means we are free to break for lunch. Brian, did you want to say anything before we go ahead and break for lunch?
Thanks. So good discussion this morning on the various topics. I was trying to take notes as we went along for things to bring up later this afternoon. Things that we might be able to change going forward. Research we might be able to try to do, things along those lines. So along those lines, I was gonna ask you some questions later this afternoon about the presentations that you had. So looking forward to the discussion this afternoon, and we'll see you in an hour or so.
Yes, let's go ahead and break and get back after lunch at 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, everyone. All right, if people can please start finding your seats, we're gonna get started again.